Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so I'll call the meeting in order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Nothing.
Motion to
Richard's making a motion for the agenda. Vote. That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Everybody read the minutes? Michelle's moving the minutes. Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. Any motion to go into public hearing? Keith? Vote. That's carried. All right. Reeve Hamilton will be the chair of this public hearing. All comments shall be directed through me. Administration will present the first and followed by an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification. The applicant will then have a presentation if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions for clarification. Council then hear from those affected persons in the audience. First, it'll be those who are supportive of the bylaw, then it'll be those to oppose to the bylaw. All presenters must register at the planning department if they have not already done so. If any presenter is referring to written documents, including maps, photos, and reports, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. Bylaw 2025-10. Kayleen.
Thank you through the chair, and good morning to council. I'm here to present this morning bylaw 2025-10, which is resulting from an application submitted by Monroe Surveys on behalf of Alan and Sharon Penner to rezone a 1.5 acre parcel from Agricultural District 1 to Light Industrial District. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Municipal Planning Commission for approval to subdivide the parcel from the remainder of the agricultural title, and the existing title is 59 acres in size. The land subject of the rezoning is contained within the southeast quarter of Section 5, Township 12, southeast of 5, 12-5, west of 4. As is captured in the below site photo, the area is situated along Township Road 120 and is capable of gaining direct and immediate access from this established public road. The area contains an existing barn, accessory structures, and an established tree line. The adjacent parcel contains an existing residence and yard site. The applicant intends to apply for the subdivision to subdivide a portion of the adjacent parcel to be consolidated with the proposed parcel, creating two separate industrial titles. The surrounding lands are primarily designated agricultural district, while the adjacent parcel to the west is designated light industrial. There are no oil or gas wells in proximity. The parcel is located within the potential serviced commercial industrial area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan, as well as the Township Road 120 Area Structure Plan. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are responsible for planning and development processes that ensure land is available for development such as residential, commercial, and industrial lands, municipal roads and water and wastewater treatment facilities to accommodate population growth. Section 2.8 Potential Service Commercial Industrial Area of the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan states that the intent of the area is to provide a long-term location for highway commercial and light industrial uses, where in the county's opinion potential exists for servicing with piped potable water and sewer. Industrial and commercial development may result in unavoidable nuisance factors. Therefore, applications for commercial development may result with 200 meters from an existing dwelling being a development consideration of the county. Section 4.1.24, Subdivision Tri-Area IDP of the county's Municipal Development Plan states that the county shall follow all applicable policies within the IDP related to subdivision within the boundary. Section 4.2, Employment Areas, directs council as follows. The county will direct industrial, commercial, and institutional development that requires municipal servicing to those areas identified as major employment areas. The county should encourage a range of commercial and industrial lot sizes and county-accepted servicing standards to be located within those areas identified as major employment areas, as a method to attract diverse industry and business. The county shall require that developments provide on-site servicing for their development that meets all applicable regulations in the land use bylaw and applicable Cypress County design guidelines and construction standards. In addition, the county will encourage light industrial, commercial, and institutional uses to locate in county hamlets, communities, and other accessible locations to provide for the everyday needs of area residents and business opportunities for local employment where compatible with surrounding land uses. The Township Road 120 Area Structure Plan envisions the type of commercial light industrial uses to be businesses that require larger tracts of land with limited services such as offices, shops, and large storage areas. The plan establishes a minimum distance of separation between an established residence and commercial industrial development to be 200 meters, measured from the closest point of the residence to the property line. The plan further provides council with discretion to approve a lesser distance of separation. Although a residence exists on the parcel directly to the west, it would be considered an existing non-conforming, also known as a legal non-conforming, use as it's situated on a parcel zoned light industrial district. Under the light industrial district in the land use bylaw, the general purpose and intent is to accommodate a range of industrial and commercial uses, which may have outdoor storage or work activities located in business and industrial areas. A caretaker security residence is considered a permitted use in the district. At the time of writing this report, no comments were received from the town of Redcliffe. City of Medicine Hat replied that they have no concerns with the redesignation. The proposed light industrial district is within the potential service commercial industrial area of the IDP. No comments were received from any adjacent landowners, and Alberta Transportation has granted a waiver for the subdivision authority to vary the requirements of section 18 and 19 of the subdivision and development regulation. In addition, they state that the applicant is apprised that highways 1 and 3 form an integral part of the national highway system, of which the ultimate service classification is freeway. Given this, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors long-range freeway access management plans include a realignment of Highway 1 and 3 in the vicinity of the City of Medicine Hat. It is recommended that Council consider moving second and third readings of Bylaw 2025-10. The proposed application for rezoning complies with the implementation plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Section 2.8 of the Tri-Area IDP, Section 4.1.24 of the Municipal Development Plan, and is aligned with the general purpose and intent of the Township Road 120 Area Structure Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions for the planner? Shane?
All I'm worried about is the approach coming onto the 120. If it's, light industrial, is the approach going to be wide enough? Because we did all that work on the 120 to make it safe, that they may be required to do an intersection, treatment there if this passes. So to meet, the rest of the 120 for safety.
Through the chair, they would be addressed at the time that a development permit application is submitted, and they'll be based upon the type of use that's being proposed. The county would always have the right to request for a traffic impact assessment as an example, as a prerequisite for a permit application. It is my understanding that the Penners intend to utilize the existing approach that's there, but definitely if something more intensive was to occur, then there would be further requirements and studies at that time.
Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions. Okay. Does the applicant have any presentation? No? Okay. Waiving that. I'll now call for any presentation from any other in support of the proposed bylaw. Not seeing anybody else in the room. I will now call a second time for any presentations from any in support of the bylaw. I'll call a third and final time for any presentations supporting the bylaw. Not seeing any. I'll now call for any presentations opposed to the bylaw. Not seeing anyone. A second time for any opposed. Third and final time. Not seeing anybody opposed. I will now call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Not seeing anybody? The public hearing for bylaw 2025-10 is concluded and no further submissions will be accepted. Can I have a motion? Dustin's making the motion to close the public hearing. Vote. That's carried. Okay. We will go into 7.1. 2025-10 land use bylaw. Ms. Brown has already presented to you, just heard in the land.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-10, the public hearing just concluded. The recommendation is that council move second and third reading of bylaw 2025-10.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Richard's moving second reading. Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. Robbins moving third. Vote. That's carried.
Yep, have at it.
Okay, bylaw 2025-12.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-12 is submitted by Cypress County to rezone a 202-acre parcel from Agricultural District 1 to Direct Control District. We'll all be familiar with this property. It's located within the east half of 112.5 and Plan 901-0041, Block 3 in the hamlet of Dunmore. The lands are otherwise known as Dunmore Junction. And if council is to pass first reading today, the public hearing will be set for June 3rd. And the recommendation is that council move first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Dustin's moving first reading. Vote. That's carried. 7.3, 2025-13, tri-IDP.
Bylaw 2025-13 is for the Tri-Area Intermunicipal Development Plan, commonly known as the IDP, which is a long-range planning document establishing a framework for attracting and coordinating economic opportunities, managing growth, land use, and subdivision of mutual areas of interest. The IDP captures the ongoing collaborative efforts and cooperation between the City of Medicine Hat, Town of Redcliffe, and Cypress County. The new Tri-Area IDP has been formally adopted by each of the municipalities. In conjunction with the final review and passage of the IDP, Cypress County identified a desire to see further amendments concerning a reduction to the Rural Development Area East policy area. The changes to the document are shown in red, with deleted text being shown with a strikeout. If council are to pass first reading for the bylaw, our public hearing would be tentatively set for June 3rd, with the Town of Redcliffe following on June 9th and City of Medicine Hat on June 16th. And the recommendation is that council pass first reading of bylaw 2025-13 to amend the Tri-Area IDP.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Lloyd is moving first reading. Vote. That's carried. Thank you. 7.4. NRBC. You taking that one too? Okay. Ms. Brown.
Thank you through the chair. An application referral has been received from the Natural Resources Conservation Board concerning an application for lands lying within the north half of 611.7. The land is designated Agricultural District 2 in accordance with the county's land use bylaw, and the collective area of the land is 164 acres. The operator is requesting an approval from the NRCB to expand the present operation by increasing beef feeder numbers from 1,000 to 1,800, to construct 3 new feed pens, a new catch basin, and the expansion of an existing catch basin. Under Section 618 of the Municipal Government Act, it states that Part 17 pertaining to planning and development matters and regulations and bylaws under this part regarding permits do not apply to confined feeding operations or manure storage facilities within the meaning of the Agricultural Operation Practices Act, otherwise known as AOPA. Therefore, this use is exempt from requiring municipal planning approvals. However, the county is deemed a directly affected party as the local municipality and is entitled to participate in the process by providing evidence and written submissions relevant to the application. The property falls outside of the confined feeding operation exclusion area of the Tri-Area IDP. In addition, the operation is proposed to occur in the northerly boundary of the parcels, exceeding the minimum distance of 1.6 kilometers from the hamlet of 7 persons. The land use bylaw regulates the keeping of livestock on parcels under 40 acres. However, AOPA and decisions of the NRCB prevails over any authority in the land use bylaw. Additionally, the Agricultural Operations Practices Act states that the NRCB is only bounded by the municipality's municipal development plan. Under Section 618, subsection 2.1 of the MGA, it states that regulations and bylaws under Part 17 respecting development permits do not apply to a confined feeding operation or manure storage facility within the meaning of AOPA if the confined feeding operation is subject of an approval, registration, or authorization under AOPA. Section 619 further goes on to say that a license, permit, or approval or authorization granted by the NRCB prevails over any statutory plan, land use bylaw, subdivision decision, or development decision by a subdivision or development authority or appeal board. Under Section 4.1 of the county's municipal development plan, it directs council as follows. The county shall continue to recognize agriculture as a primary industry within the county, and that from time to time, agricultural operators must perform farm operations that create dust, noise, odor, and additional traffic related to farm operation, which is a normal and acceptable practice in an agricultural community that meets the standards generally accepted within the county. The county shall not support confined feeding operations to expand within the Tri-Area IDP plan boundary. This proposal is outside of that boundary. And the county shall use Map 8 CFO exclusion areas when providing its recommendation to the NRCB on proposed expansions of existing feeding operations. This proposal exceeds the minimum distance of 1.6 kilometers from the hamlet of 7 persons. Section 3.2, Development Permit Exemptions of the Land Use Bylaw, exempts uses and developments referenced under Section 618 and 619 of the MGA from requiring a development permit. This proposal aligns with Council's strategic plan by focusing on economic growth and sustainability by providing assistance and support to the agricultural community. Through the Chair, the recommendation is that Council direct administration to submit a letter to the Natural Resources Conservation Board that application LA 25013 complies with the Municipal Development Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Shane?
I got a question for Al. Would I be to vote on this? I feed cattle at this feedlot. Would I be in conflict of interest by voting? I don't want to get anybody offside here, but I am a customer of this feedlot.
Thank you, Councillor Hawk. Through the chair, the MGA is clear that only the sitting councillor can determine whether they believe they have a pecuniary interest. It would be my suggestion that as an existing current customer, you likely have some conflict of interest, although it may not rise to the level of pecuniary, where it's a financial issue, but it does certainly create a conflict. Our code of conduct does speak towards counselor code of conducts, and if you were to have asked me, and I'm happy to say it in public, that I believe that there is likely a conflict of interest. However, the MGA is very clear that only the counselor can determine for themselves whether they have a conflict of interest.
Thank you. No, I don't want to interfere with anything, so I'll excuse myself, just so it can go forward.
Thank you for that. Any questions on it? You need a motion. Dustin's moving. Administration's recommendation? Any questions on it? Thank you. It covers our roads and that, right? With what's in there? That's all we've been worried about in the past is, right? Okay, no other questions? Motion is the recommendation. Administration's recommendation. Vote. That's carried. We'll wait for our counselor to wake up from his nap and bring him back in. Okay, 9.1, corporate services.
Some fine, distinguished-looking gentlemen coming up to the chairs. Who's the new guy on?
Yeah. Opposite of the one in the center. Yeah.
Not recognizing the guy on the left, though.
New employee. Yep, floor's yours.
Look sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair. Corporate Services is happy to be able to provide today a Q1 report and share a little bit more in a high-level way some of the things we've been up to in Q1. A couple moments of reflection back to 2024 in comparison. We're going to start out with finance, move to IT, go through assessment, and then a brief HR update. Mr. Hubbard?
Through the chair to council. So this is the finance section of the first quarter report. Let's hope this works. So I've broken it out into 3 sections, and then there's a summary. So the first section is general government and corporate services. So that is council and that is administration. So general revenue to date and expenses based on what we've done as at March 31st. As you can see, we're roughly about the same place that we were in 2024. The first quarter is usually pretty quiet, so basically there's really nothing to say other than the fact that we are in the midst of recruitment in finance. Other than that, we're basically ahead of schedule.
We have
You said March 1st or April 1st.
Sorry, March 31st I said. At least I think, maybe I said March 1st.
You said March 1st.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, well, March 31st, I apologize. 2/3 of the first quarters, yeah, sorry. This is the full 1/3. Oh, God, I'm getting myself in trouble here. All right, so this is as at March 31st, 2025. So that's general government and corporate services. Next slide is municipal services. So this is planning, this is GIS, economic development, agriculture, and recreation. and also protective services. I keep forgetting that fire's involved. So anyway, sorry about that. For the most part, again, it's steady as she goes. First quarter is quite not that busy. Yeah.
Just for clarification.
Yep.
So everybody would know, family and community support, there's a big increase from 24 to 25 of over 230,000.
Those are, yeah, through the chair, those are contributions to third parties. And so that's why it's increased over last year. So.
That would be, just so people know, that'd be part of the women's shelter deal?
It
out
would,
there?
yeah, the women's shelter would be the most significant piece of that, yes.
Yeah. No, it's just so if anybody's
Yeah,
watching
no,
that, they know.
it is, yeah, through the chair, yes, it is the women's shelter is the most significant increase. And then Public Works. So Public Works, the utilities, just to be specific, it is the utilities as at the end of February. So we bill out every 2 months. So February, the next bill out will be April, and then the following bill out will be June. So in June, as of June 30th, you will see 3 billings. This is only one billing, and it reflects up to the end of February. So just so that you're aware of that. Public Works and Transportation and Fleet, relatively even. If you look at water, there's been a slight increase in consumption. And for the most part, that is Public Works. Any questions? So Public Works is Ken's area, so that's utilities, that's your grader operators, that's all those things with regards to that. And it's also fleet too as well. So after all is said and done, this is the summary for the entire organization. So revenues are roughly at 1.7 million. That's roughly where we are at last year at this time. And we are at 6.5 million, which is just slightly under where we were last year at this time. For the most part, like I said, the first quarter is not the most active quarter. You'll see a lot more information come June. Any questions regarding financials?
No, I think you summed it up. There'll be a lot more come June that
Yeah,
we'll be asking about.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, there will be a lot more coming in June, and we'll have a lot more activity with regards to things like capital projects too as well, which is coming up next. All right. I forgot to take out the slide. Anyway, I took out the slide. So capital projects, if you have the capital projects sheet in front of you.
It'll be at the end of the slide deck.
It's the last one? Oh, okay, all right. Well, maybe what I'll do is I'll just go through the tax certificates for that time.
Could be possible, I could click through, but could you go to the last? Page 119. If you would be able to.
Yeah,
So if everybody is looking on their computers, running up to 119, you'll find what they want to discuss.
sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it's outside of the slide deck because it's awfully big. So in the first 3 months, The status is either identified as planning stage, design stage, or in commissioning, or on order. You'll notice that the fire engine and rescue unit is on order. That was done earlier this year. Also, the wildland units are on order, and they were paid last year. Also, we have one gravel truck, sanding truck, that is actually here. It is in the middle of being commissioned. There's a second gravel truck, sander hopper. We've just paid for the second sander hopper equipment, also the plow. That's coming through this AP period this week. And then we noticed there was some deficiencies in that particular piece of equipment, so it is back at the dealer, getting some work done with respect to that. Other than that, yeah.
Through the chair, something that's noteworthy, we're noticing that the sander hopper came in, it looks like about $16,000 over budget. That's offset by the total unit, so the gravel truck and the sander hopper was under about $16,800. So the unit collectively is under, or right on budget, under $800, just for reference.
Thank you, Steve. As for other projects, projects are starting, and so a number of projects have had some expenditures, all very small ones, with the exception of one culvert or bridge file. That one has had had significant expenditure. It's about half the budget. And the rest is, yeah, we're working on it. So that is the capital. Any questions regarding capital?
No, I don't see anybody with it. Shane?
Fantabulous. I like no questions.
It's pretty
Let's move on. All right, tax certificates. So we've seen quite a number of an increase in tax certificates for the first 3 months of this year. For the most part, it could be, Steve, could you help me out here?
Sure. So tax certificates are a requirement of the municipality under Section 350 of the Act. It says the municipality must provide a tax certificate. And basically what a tax certificate is, it's a statement to the reader of the tax certificate on the amount of taxes outstanding. So if one were to go buy a house and they saw that they owed 4,000 taxes, we know that property taxes are a special lien on property. So you might want to consider that debt or that lien on that property prior to purchasing. And maybe as a leading indicator, noticing that our tax certificates are going up in some ways, that could be an indication that there's a little bit more property transferring.
All right. Just some first quarter financial statistics, and I would appreciate any feedback with regards to this. I'm an accountant, therefore sometimes I'm not imaginative enough. So just through the first quarter of 2025 compared to 2024, number of vendors paid is up significantly. Mostly smaller invoices, obviously, because the amount paid is $1.3 million less. So this is just a relationship to the activity in this first quarter, smaller invoices. One thing, last year we did have a couple of capital projects at the end of last year, or the end of 2023, 23 into 24, and so there was some payments that went out during that time. Number of invoices this is for accounts receivable. We have about 140 invoices that we've sent out in the first quarter. This is down from 162. However, the amount billed is far more significant, $279,757. We can thank, in some cases, fire for that. There is other third parties that we are billing right now and waiting payment. So the total amount outstanding is significant, but the percentage of collection hasn't really changed. Appreciate that we send out bills at the end of March, and so no one's paid yet. So obviously there is a certain amount that's outstanding at that point. So it looks a little uglier than it really is. And then utility bills invoiced. So again, 258,000 invoiced, 296,000. That's reflective of rates and consumption. And then also utility bills paid, not much change, 97%, both first quarter of last year and first quarter of this year. And those are the financial statistics. I'm open to suggestion if there's anything else that you'd like.
Any questions or comments?
You're making it easy on me, which is okay. I'm all right with that.
Well, thank you for the finance update of Q1, Mr. Hubbard. We'll move right along to Mr. Lanowski and hear some updates and recent going-ons of IT.
Thank you, everyone. So for our 2025 capital projects that were approved last year, we have 4 of them that stand out. One would be the fire services navigation tablet replacements in the fire units. We do have 2 server replacement projects, one for our primary hypervisors here at the main office, one for our disaster recovery, and finally an alarm update for our main office here as well. So for the navigation tablets, the project goal was to replace the previous generation tablets and to put in new ones, as well as addressing some of the concerns that were raised by our volunteers. Some of them just being the power, the battery life, and the performance of the tablets themselves. And with these new ones, we have changed out the entire dock structure, the chargers, and the tablets themselves. And with those, we've gotten much better performance, better charging, and a better battery life with them, as well as more maintenance on the actual tablets themselves that we can produce here and not have to ship them out for repair. One of the first items we also did was we changed and added a cloud-based structure to manage these tablets remotely, and we can push changes, applications, any links that the tablets themselves, without having to go on site and manually going to each tablet and physically make these changes. So that project is about 70% complete. All of the charging and power structure has been installed in the vehicles, and as they come in through our office here for maintenance, we've been checking the power, putting the tablets in, and making sure everything works before they go out into the field for usage. There is one note, is that the budget on this one has gone up a little bit, and that's mostly in connection to some of the docks costing more than they did in the previous generation, as well as some of the tariff costs starting to come in and hit them as they cross the border, as a lot of the equipment is made and manufactured in the U.S. Our next project that is on the go is also our alarm system update here, and that is replacing our consoles, our controllers, and everything in the main office here, as well as bringing us up to code to any of the things that may have changed in the past, which have been roughly the 2015 to now. One being that our fire control panel is isolated, and with new code, it has to be remotely monitored based on the existing rules. And that one has gone through assessments. They've come here, they've done their inspections, and we're just waiting and making a contract agreement and negotiation with the company itself for some different items. Beyond that, before we get to this slide, just some other items. We have changed also our our agricultural spray units, and we've updated the computers in those as well from their previous generation, and given them some new controls for their spraying and monitoring and collection of data while they're out in the field. One slide that's of note is our first quarter security, specifically to our email. We've received roughly around 30,000 legitimate mails that has gone through our system and scanned and distributed. We've received about 10,000 bulk. That's just advertisements and other marketing data that's come through. And the ones that are more of note, the spam and the malicious emails. Spam covering anything from phishing and anything that's at all suspicious, and malicious being items that have specifically been stopped by our filters and turned around. So there's a significant amount, and as I believe as time comes and goes, and as it proceeds forward there, with the advent of large language models and AI coming in, more and more spam is kind of coming through, and it's becoming harder to identify as it becomes more legit and more believable as it comes through. And so I do see in the future some rising costs on security that we have to implement to try and fight back. It's kind of a infinite back and forth.
Just comment, this is a wonderful information about just how many emails go through the organization. But if my math's right, it looks like about 2% of our emails, so every 50 emails, there'll be one that's trying to do damage to the organization. Yep. Okay.
We do even if you do get one that comes through, 99% of those are being blocked before they even reach our outlooks and our computers. Is there any questions on any of these?
No, it's good information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Never had before, so everybody's just kind of digesting it. Thank you.
I think we've said it a couple times, we're 100% open to bringing any kind of information that council would like to hear or be reported on by all means. Open to all suggestions. So at this time, I'd like to welcome up Assessment to do their presentation. So just at this time, I'd like to introduce, just to my immediate right, this is Min Jun Park. He's an assessor with the organization, joined us in November 2023. And Mr. Schultz, were you intending to come up? He wasn't, but now he is. And I'd like to introduce Tyson Schultz. He also joined the organization in November 2023, and he's part of the assessment team. Are you ready to take it away? Just the right button, and it's just a slight lag.
Okay. Hello? Okay. So good morning. Councillor through the chair. It is my pleasure for this opportunity to have this opportunity to share this first quarter presentation on behalf of the assessment team today. As you can see, this is my very first time doing this presentation with this type of setting, so I will do my best. So here is my summary of the county assessments written in 3 bullet points. Number 1, the assessments are prepared on an annual basis in accordance with legislative requirements. So because the assessments must be prepared annually, so the assessment work goes in an annual cycle each year. Number 2, Cypress County has around 6 billion assessment base. So in that pie chart, it shows that 66% of it is non-residential, 26% is residential, 2% farmland, and 6% are exempted. And number 3, assessment work may be summarized as preparing an assessment, communicating, and defending it. So preparing an assessment starts with gathering information. And the information is gathered throughout the whole 12 months of the year. But here are some metrics from 2025 Q1. Approximately 200 annual inspections were carried out starting January. So these annual inspections are typically the site visits because the majority of them are any new construction permits that gets pulled out throughout the year, or any ongoing constructions that got carried over from previous years. So typically, we do have over 400 and slightly less than 500 annual inspections near at the end of the day, just to see that physical characteristics of the properties near the end of the year. Number 2, I see that there is a typo there. My apologies there. It's instead of 230 designated industrial properties, it should be 76 designated industrial properties were inspected based on the industrial RFI. So the RFI is request for information survey that we send out to those industrial properties every year for review. So number 3, 58 farm parcels were reviewed based on the ortho imagery. So that's just the beginning of the review that's starting to happen this Q1. And the reason that's being said is that last year alone, I believe we reviewed over 1,700 farm parcels through the ortho. So I'm sure we'll see higher number in our next quarterly report there. And then there was over 200 land title transfers were imported into the assessment system in first quarter. What that means is that those transfers, when they get imported, we filter out anything that's like non-arm's length, meaning that anything that's like estate transfers, like any same entity transfers or family transfers that do not typically represent like the market sale or transfers, we filter them out so that it doesn't get used in our market analysis near the end of the year. So, and lastly, 368 cyclical RFI surveys and letters were prepared by the end of the March, and they got mailed out in early April.
What's an RFI, in June?
Yeah, so RFI is again that request for information survey. So that's that. So in that cyclical reinspection, they are typically aimed for the residential properties in this case. So let me bring in. Let me talk a little bit about the cyclical reinspection, I guess. So each year, certain locations within the county gets reviewed. And so this year it'll be Elkwater and Wash. We are starting to review it in the first. And so, and that location gets reviewed in a cycle of 5 to 6 years. Last year, we did review different areas. And then next year, there will be another locations that has not been reviewed for the past 5 years physically. So that's the idea of that cyclical RFI surveys and the letters being sent out. So prepare assessments continues to data entry and maintenance. So for all information that is gathered, we update the local assessment database and the provincial assessment database. We keep the property drawings and photos up to date. We manage the GIS layers to represent the most accurate data. And then there is account creations and shutdowns from different meanings, means there. And before the assessment rule gets finalized each year, the base year modifier analysis and the market analysis must take place. And what the base year modifier is that it is more like an inflationary index that has to be adjusted each year to bring the cost manual rates to today's rate. And the market analysis is to study how the actual sale prices for the typical properties differ from the base year modifier adjusted cost less depreciation. So by the end of February, analysis were carried out for all residential, commercial, and industrial properties. And approximately 450 of goods sales were analyzed, and the result was reported to the province for an audit. And again, by the end of February, we declared 24,986 assessment rules, and the assessment notices were printed and mailed. Of those, 62% were printed and stuffed in-house, 38% sent out in USBs and emails. So the inquiries period started as of the first week of March. And by the end of the March, we received 31 inquiries regarding the 2025 assessment rules, which is fairly typical number. For the first month of the inquiry period, we typically receive that amount of inquiries. And by the end of the March, there was no appeals, no actual complaints submitted to the clerk. So I guess the complaint deadline was actually yesterday, the May 5th. However, I'd like to let everyone know that the assessment department is always open to discussing any assessment-related questions or concerns.
Very good job. Yeah, there is interesting numbers there. The one when you said that there was 209 for land titles change, and you took out ones for just estates, does that still have the 209, or is estate still in that number?
So, through the chair, yes, that 209 number, that's the total number that comes in from the province. So that includes everything from January to March transfers. And then from that number, so all those 200 transfers do all go into our system, but then we still have to go review each transfers to see which can be used in our sales analysis and which are not. So, and that's why because I also did mention that approximately 450 sales that were analyzed for the year. So that's after. So that's actually from 3 years of sales period. So
Okay,
yeah,
that's over a 3-year period.
yeah. So and after those filtrations, we got 450 good sales that we used for the analysis.
Perfect, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thanks, gentlemen. And so I will, do you mind passing me a sugar, please, Major? Thank you, and I'll take this opportunity to work through some of the human resources slides. So in the first quarter, till March 31st, we've recruited a payroll and accounting technician, a utility operator, 7 ag services laborers. The summer games coordinator will be returning. Public Works had 13 seasonal municipal workers of varying levels. There were paid on-call firefighters. And it sounds like I was speaking with Shirley, Mrs. Walker, and it sounds like that's a perpetual thing as resumes will be coming in regularly. And so it's kind of a, not necessarily planned, but happens almost any given day type of a thing, or has the potential to. And then for ledge services, we know that the Welcome Center was moved on. We're no longer going to offer that services. So 3 people were utilized. We got a grant for the summer jobs program, and so we're going to utilize those grant dollars for those positions elsewhere in the county, and we've pretty much got that buttoned up where they'll go, but we utilize them elsewhere. This is kind of an interesting pie chart, pretty simple, but says a lot. 77% of the first quarter hires are returning folks, and 23 will be new to the organization. So a seasonal staff, if you think about a 4-year university degree and those that are returning and leaving, that's about the right amount of people that have now graduated and going on to their normal career. So that's something that it's a good metric. We're happy with that. And the position types, 7% of those being full-time positions, 13% being the fire services folks, and 80% of the first quarter hire are going to be the seasonal staff. Now, I think Mr. Hogan would probably shake his finger at me if we saw 80% seasonal hiring in September, because the bulk of our work is done during the spring and summer months. I think I just turned it off, but that's the, yeah, and happy to take any questions or any feedback of what council may or may not want to see going forward. And this is the capital report that Mr. Hubbard had gone through during the finance section. So, but that wraps up our report. Our recommended motion would be that council accepts the Corporate Service 2025 first quarter report as information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taves. That was, like we said last council, when we got our first time for the quarterly reports, that's very good information. We're looking forward to seeing these quarterlies.
Yeah, great job.
Somebody, Keith, you want to move the report? Any questions on the report? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we'll take a 2-minute break before we go to our delegation. We are going to go into our delegation for 11 o'clock. Mr. Russell, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for getting me on the agenda. It's nice to see the few people I do know from the old days. So our request is a straightforward request. We're just asking for a farmyard subdivision. Normally, that would be approved because it's been a homestead. We've been there for over 100 years. But there's two issues that have come up. Kayleen has pointed them out to me and said that if I brought this to the Planning Commission, it would be turned down for a couple of reasons. The one reason is that although the house and where we live have been there, like I said, for over 100 years, 109 years, or 1909 is when my wife's dad and grandfather established our place. A year or so ago, we created another parcel out there. That's that blue dot square for my nephew. This is all part of our farmyard transition where we're moving out, although we want to stay there for a while. And our two children and our nephew are going to take over. Now, they all have real jobs, so they'll all have a pension, and they'll be able to farm quite happily with outside source of income. So my nephew's place is up there, over towards the park boundary, and my daughter is in the quarter to the west on a separate title, so that's not an issue. But our farmyard, we want to cut it out, but we already have one parcel out. So that a bit of a concern for Kayleen. The second issue is we're in the Cypress Hills fringe area, established in 2003, something like that, when Darren Scove-Most bought our Peters land and wanted to do a big development on the side of the hill. Then council at that time, which I was part of, developed the Cypress Hills fringe plan to control any development. And it's been quite successful, in my mind, because we've been able to preserve and protect agriculture. I don't think there's been any developments, certainly none of that scope. And from reading some of the documents that the county has, keeping the family on the farm, the county shall support rural lifestyles by allowing diverse housing types, complementary land uses in agriculture areas that encourage multiple generations of families to stay on the farm and or within agricultural sector, which may include secondary suites, garden suites, second, or in some instances, third dwellings. This Cypress Hills fringe plan, I just pulled this off. Reduced fragmentation of landscape simply means keeping as many quarter sections intact as possible, limiting the intrusion of roads into the prairie landscape. Reduced fragmentation. Some fragmentation, it goes on to say, is necessary to permit land transactions and intergenerational transactions, so current county policies to allow for a measure of this fragmentation, and that sort of is us. We are not planning on building any roads. We're planning no developments. We're planning no houses. Everything is going to stay the same. So this is our intent. We own 11 quarters of land. Like I said, my son, he's an architect in Calgary, planning to move back. He's just about 50, so soon. Our daughter, same age. She lives in the quarter beside with her family. And my nephew and his family, same age, they live on that other piece, and he works for CalFrac. So they want to come back and take over. What I want to do is preserve, protect, and encourage agriculture by not giving them a quarter of land, or because that just, the land will all get chopped up after that. What I want to do is a separate house for everybody. So I want to cut out my house. It's about 16 acres. I don't know, did you get that picture there? Anyway, I don't know if you have it, but I can change the area. But what we want to do is that each of them will own their own house, but not the balance of the land. The balance of the land, 11 quarters, minus the 3 houses. There it is there. The 3 of them will own it as shareholders. And as shareholders, there's going to be a bunch of rules that transferring land, selling land, kind of just like a company, but without all the bookwork. So the intent is that they each get a house. We're going to stay in our house with that, if it's approved, well, we'll be staying there anyway, whether it's approved or not, until we die, and then that would be transferred to our son. The other two are going to happen shortly. So farmstead separation, second parcel out of the quarter, and in the Cypress Fringe area. So that's sort of where Kayleen is saying, let's get approval. What we want to do is, if we can get here and get the approval, then we can go ahead and do the surveying and spend the $950 to take it to the Planning Commission. To make it clear, anybody questions? We're moving out. They want to move in. That's it.
Robin, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Russell, for coming in. What you're talking about is interesting to me because I know that the whole idea of keeping family on the farm is big. I also understand that the way that the current would be the municipal development plan, I think, that allows for kind of those secondary and third suites and things, it does get a little bit complicated when it comes down to mortgages and not necessarily owning the land that's underneath of it, which is a little bit of a challenge. I'm glad that you brought up, because as I was listening to you talk, my initial thought was, why don't you just take that quarter section, put it into a company, have the shareholders of the company own it, and then you're able to, because I don't see the day where even outside of the fringe area, we're allowing for 6 or 7 subdivisions for secondary and third suites that were initially there in the first place, right? Like the identity or the intent is to keep family together and on the farm, but not to start that way and end up with a multifamily or multi-parcel, right? So is that concept of doing it through a company and then just keeping it as a single parcel of land something that could potentially work? I'm kind of brainstorming with you as you hit on that shareholder thing. That was where I was sitting as well. I'm just kind of curious if that would accomplish the intent.
Okay, yeah, you could form a company. But if anybody's formed a company, I did have one in time, there's a whole bunch of legal stuff, there's accounting, there's all this other bookwork with shareholders. You can still set all the same rules and regulations, but you don't have all the accounting issues to deal with. Annual meetings and reports and filing separate taxes because it's a company. So I just wanted to do the shareholder. When you've got a place that's been a homestead, as my wife's place, you want to keep it agriculture as long as you can, and we're constantly under pressure from people because we're right there in the hills, right beside part of Elkwater Lake is on our land. They're just a little bit to the north. And so people are always saying, hey, can you just sell me a piece, or why don't you put in a trailer park, or can I park my trailer here, or do anything? And we don't. Well, there you can see Elkwater Lake and Fire Rock Campground there. It goes right up beside our quarter there. So that's a possibility. This just seemed a lot easier. Do a farmyard subdivision, give the 3 of them a house. And it also has restrictions on it, like a restricted covenant, so you hate to give them a house, then they turn around and want to sell it, and it's worth millions of dollars because of where it's located. It just seemed a lot easier to do the shareholder thing, and I've talked to the accountant, and he said, yeah, that'll work, and well, so right now, today, I just want to subdivide out our place. We don't plan on transferring it to our son until we're closer to moving on. And but I just want to get all the paperwork done, so it's a done deal. So it's a possibility, it's just more work. I mean, I guess the other choice is which is not what we want to do, is we could give each of the 3 of them a quarter of land, and then they got exactly what they got. But by doing that, we're already creating subdivisions where, within the family, they'll want to build another house, or they'll want to sell it, or it would get all chopped up after that, because it's only 11 quarters.
So just as a follow-up then, Mr. Russell, when you talk about adding shareholders, are you talking about adding shareholders to your existing farm company? Because
No, I don't have the company now. I did, I dissolved it. I'm just a
because as soon
single-
as you start talking about having additional shareholders, you're creating a company, regardless.
This would just be a shareholders agreement. Not a
shareholders
shareholder
agreement.
in a company, just shareholders. You just like three of us get together, we're going to just have an agreement. And yeah, so it's just shareholders and the shareholders own the land, but it's not a company.
Yeah, but it's the same process.
Okay. Richard, do you have a question?
Yeah, that's a whole different item to discuss how you might be doing that, and it's not really part of ours. I do a question. You mentioned that it's a 16-acre parcel that you're looking at. Now, give or take, would it be down to a little bit smaller, or what would you be happy with? Is the 16?
Okay, Richard, I guess I should get that closer, sorry. The reason we went with that diagram there, on the south, it's the park boundary. On the west side, along north-south, that's the quarter line. So, I mean, that was a given. We could actually, yeah, we could make it smaller. It's just, that's the road that comes in right now to the north. Yeah, right there, that's the road. And I was just squaring it off with the property lines that are already there. According to the Cypress Fringe, and Kayleen can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I read in there you could do maximum 40 acres, 40? Cypress Fringe? Oh, 40 acres in Cypress Fringe. Not that I wanted that, this was just convenient and answer. Yeah, I would definitely make it smaller if you want it smaller.
And no,
Not gonna matter to us.
I wasn't inferring smaller. I just was wondering how you came up with that, and I appreciate how you outlined the boundaries for me there.
Yeah, that's all it was.
It makes sense in my mind, so thank you.
Shane, you have a
So our house is right where kind of where the blue dot, and that little, yeah, that's my shop, and that's the road where you come in and go around and head back out. That's all. That's just the road in and out.
No, that really helped. Thank you.
You have a question?
No, he just pointed out that.
Yeah, that was your
a house.
question?
I wanted
Okay.
to make sure it wasn't. I just wanted to make sure it was a house, not a future house, but you just answered that. It is your house. The blue dot.
Is existing, yes. Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Keith.
So on this 16 acres, there's only one house then, right?
Okay, yes, there's only one house. My wife's, where she grew up, that house is still there. It's an originally log building. She's converted it into an art studio. So there's no bed in there, but technically it looks like a house, but we end up storing agricultural vet supplies and all that kind of stuff because we can go in there with our boots on.
It's a shed, storage shed. It's an outbuilding.
Yeah.
It's an outbuilding. Yeah. It's an outbuilding.
Separate building. It's a house that was built out of logs. It's that old, but then been re-sided.
You have a question?
Well, I was just going to say, I understand the fringe and why it was done, but I totally agree that we should try and keep families together and keep land, and I think it's a good idea what you're doing, and I support it.
Well, thanks, Lloyd, for that, and we're on the same page. We believe in agriculture. We want to keep it agriculture, but you know how kids are, and they get going, and all of a sudden, if you own a whole quarter and think, well, I could do something with it. Well, once that happens, the whole thing is going to get chopped up, and the Hutterites or somebody else will own it. Or no, it'll be somebody who wanted to develop, or I used to say a doctor or a lawyer would own it, maybe it's oil and gas. I don't know who'd own it now, but you know, people would buy and have that all to themselves. So again, farmyard subdivision, Cypress Fringe, second parcel out, those are, I think, the two big issues that are going on there. And the 16 acres was just two were property lines, and one was following the road coming in, and just kind of could make it smaller if you need it. I don't really care.
Is there any other questions? Nope. Okay. Keith, did you have another one? You have your mic on there? Okay, I think we've got all the questions. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? Or?
Like I said, it's just part of our farm transition planning to go to the next generations. They want to stay with our culture. They like what they see, and they're just thinking, this looks like a pretty good place to run cows. All the infrastructure's done. They pretty well turnkey operation, and they're going to get it for a song, if that.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, we'll take it into consideration when Kayleen brings something forward to us. Thank you.
So just to follow the process, so will you be talking about it today or not, or don't know, or?
It's not on the agenda today, so it'll have to come back and be put on the agenda. So,
Mr. Reeve, members of the council, there is a jurisdictional issue that administration will have to consider. The Municipal Planning Commission is the subdivision development authority. Council is not. So we'll have to work our way through that to determine whether or not the presentation that Kayleen would bring forward would be brought forward to the Municipal Planning Commission or to council. If we're to come to council and council were to make a decision, we'd have to amend some bylaws. So there is some technical stuff we'll have to work through here to make sure the procedure and the process is above board and appropriate.
I guess that's all we are trying to do. Kayleen was saying, given that it's in the Cypress Fringe and the second parcel out, that she's going to have to turn it down, and I'm just trying to speed up the process, actually, and also save us some money, because otherwise we'd have to survey it, pay the $950 to, which we have no problem doing, but if it's not going to happen, then why bother? If you guys say, oh, it looks okay, and the Planning Commission can deal with it at that point, but that's all it is. Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you very much. You have a good day. Okay, we're back over to Mr. Taves. 9.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Corporate Services is happy to have back in front of Council consideration for second and third reading of bylaw 2025. At the April 15th meeting, as directed by Council, administration has brought back the tax rate bylaw, considering change related to the consumer price index. The January to January was 2.6, and the month to month was 2.4. So we landed it at a 2.5 according to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. Recommended motion is for second reading and third reading. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taves. Does anybody have any? Well, you want to move second reading?
Yes, I'll move second and then I'll, so this will be for the 2026 tax year, is that what we're talking about? Right?
Through the chair, this will be for the 2025 tax notices that will be sent if these are read by council here in the next couple of weeks.
Any other questions? Pretty much what we discussed last council. Keith?
So, if I could direct my question to Mr. Taze, we are looking for a tax increase, and could you explain where that tax increase specifically comes from?
Yeah, so just to trim it up, when administration had brought the tax rate bylaw to council for their consideration on the April 15th meeting. From that meeting, administration was directed to bring this at 2.5. So that's specifically why this one's coming back at a 2.5% increase. However, we do know that we've had many discussions over some of our assets, our capital assets, mainly the 207 bridges, the hard surface payment, and some of council's aspiration and projects that they see coming down the road in recent times. The funding of those assets are currently done through what's called a tangible capital asset schedule. So we keep track of them, and we use the age life of that asset to determine how much money we need to put away every year. Now, the amount we put away every year, except for the vehicle and equipment replacement plan and the information and technology plan, for some of the bigger, what's a good example? The force main in 7 persons that council budgeted for in 2025. So right, yeah, I'm not picking on 7 persons, but the example of that we may depreciate that asset based on 1984 costs. So we know when we need to replace it in 2025, we're not going to have the available money. So we need to start putting our minds towards the true replacement cost instead of the funding of the historic costs. So the 2.5% increase, I'm not going to speculate what that amount is, but inflation between 1984 and 2025 is significantly greater than that 2.5. That was a very long answer, but I want to kind of set up where the increase may come from.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just for Keith there, I was looking at the same thing. So for every $4,000 tax bill, we're raising it $100 at 2.5%. Come on, you should know that. So there's an extra $100 for every 4,000.
Any other questions? Well, yeah, it is inflation, so that's what we discussed last council, was the COLA that goes up every year, so. Robin?
Thank you. I understand why we're doing this. I think that it's necessary. The question I have is from an optics side. A few months ago, we were having conversations about where we were at in taxation. There was an article written in the paper even about the fact that Cypress County not having any tax increases. So just from us to clarify, was that specifically related to, and maybe misunderstood from the paper's perspective, or is this kind of a more of a long-term sustainability kind of a conversation that we had as a municipality, saying, okay, that was where we were at. There was not really we had a healthy financial position, but we want to maintain having a healthy financial position. Therefore, at the tax bylaw time, which is now, this is why this is coming up. Just kind of curious if you can touch on that.
And through the chair, so if I heard that question correctly, in the newspaper it was reported that there was going to be a surplus this year, and now we're asking for a tax increase. Well, how could that be? Is that the question in Nicole's notes? So in the budget summary, for those reading along at home, it's on page 12, and we showed a surplus of about $10.3 million. The difference of that surplus is that money is all, and we're going to see the next agenda item talk about this, but that surplus money is not in fact surplus. It all has a home for council to decide where to assign that, in which reserves to assign that in. And where we assign those reserves are going to be based off our long-term capital budget when we determine some of the projects, and that's in the back half of the budget document when you look at it. When we start to determine the direction we're going, all of a sudden we realize, say a hypothetical type situation, say, we're going to need $7 million to replace some wastewater lines or add wastewater lines or whatever that may be. That's where that 10.3 million would get assigned to, is for that priority of council in the future. So surplus, it shows it on the budget, yes. So did the news get it wrong? No, we just haven't assigned it yet. So it's not truly, it's going to be surplus for council to determine where it goes. And we'll have a good look at that in the next item.
Awesome, thank you. No, I felt it was important that we, at least in having a conversation about the one side of the coin, that we address the other so that anybody that's watching has that explanation. Thank you.
Mr. Reeve? Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. I think it's important for the public and for council to understand that the tax rate impacts the operating budget, not specifically the capital budget. Our cost of doing business last year went up on average 2.5%. If we didn't have a 2.5% tax increase, we would have eaten that piece of inflation. 2.5% for us is approximately $900,000 worth of operating revenue. If we did nothing this year and we left it at a zero tax increase, and then next year we didn't have a surplus, and we had another 2.5% tax increase, we'd actually be next year looking at a 5% tax increase to make up for the 2 years. We specifically look at tax revenue, and we look at the percentage of the tax rate, which goes almost entirely to operating budgets. The surpluses that we have, which have come from either money not being spent or savings found in the year prior, and in our case this year, several $1 million of it, is also due to assessment increases. Well, those assessment increases next year could turn into assessment decreases, and then we'd be put in a position where we would need even more tax revenue to cover operating budget for the next year. Remember that in a municipal government in Alberta, we are not legally allowed to carry a deficit budget. So we have to be able to cover our operating, and that either means pulling it out of reserves if we don't have enough of a tax increase or enough tax to cover that, or we have to increase taxes. The other option, obviously, is because there's no magic bullet in municipal government, is we either reduce services or increase taxes. So that's really the question, is what that looks like in the long term. Asset management has become a significant issue in Alberta, being forwarded and led by the province. We need some way to cover what the replacement of our assets will be in the next 30 years, buildings, underground infrastructure, water, sewer, et cetera, et cetera. And right now, the use of those additional dollars coming from surpluses are being funneled, and I think Mr. Tave's presentation for the next request for decision will indicate that we're trying to funnel most of that money towards the long-term management of our assets. So we're not hit one day with a $20 million bill because a building is come due, or there's an underground pipe that needs to be fixed, et cetera, et cetera. We don't want to end up like the city of Calgary, having an entire summer without water in parts of the city because they didn't do proper asset management.
No, that's a fair statement. And these are all good questions so that people can understand why we're doing what we're doing. Any more questions? No. Go ahead.
Well, I think the main comment I want to make is I think this is protecting our ratepayers from these massive increases that our CEO, Al Hogan, just expressed. I don't think anybody has a problem with, 2.5%, but in 2 or 3 years, and it's 10 or 15%, they're going to get pretty excited. So I commend the administration to addressing this.
On that note, is there any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Shane's moving third.
Am I?
I'm asking you. Sure. Okay. Shane's moving third. Vote. Well, you've been a little quieter today, so that was carried. Oh, there it is. Okay, 9.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, we have, and to council, we have bylaw 2025-14. It's for special tax dust control. This is the dust abatement. This is an annual bylaw that comes setting the rates for the dust control. So the proposal administration is seeking approval for the special tax dust control bylaw 2025-14 to be given all 3 readings to align with the send-off of the tax note according to the tax rate bylaw council just passed. The cost and source funding, it's funded through the public works budget and collected through the tax notice. So recommended motion to council is for first, second, unanimous third, and third reading of bylaw 2025-14.
Okay, thank you. Dustin's moving first. Vote. That's carried. Lloyd's moving third. Any questions? Or second, sorry. We don't need second. Just go right to the end. Lloyd's moving second. Richard?
On the farmstead and other developments, it says one resident receives free dust control due to a traffic count exceeding 200 vehicles per day. I've seen that on there for the last 10 or 11 years, and is it actually a for sure one? Okay, just we are monitoring that. The traffic count has been done. Is it actually there? I guess that's the question.
Through the chair. Yes, that's just off of Highway 3, Township Road 120 on the west side. And we monitor the traffic there about yearly. So that is for a couple sections there. There is, but with all the greenhouse activity and whatnot through there, that's the location where that's exempt.
Okay, any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Somebody want to move to have third?
Sure.
Shane? Uh-oh, I shouldn't have started you with one. Vote. I should have. I felt bad, and look what happened. Lloyd? It's carried. Michelle's moving third. Sorry, Keith. Vote. And that's carried. 9.4.
First, an apology. There is a typo in the proposal. The typo it says 10.8. It's actually 11 million. The rest of the RFD or the request for decision is 11 million. So I apologize for the typo. So what we're bringing forward is the assignment of the 2024 accumulated surplus. Administration is asking council to allocate an additional 11 million from the 2024 unrestricted surplus account. In the financials, you saw a unrestricted surplus that was far in excess of 10 million. 10 million is basically the threshold that we keep our unrestricted surplus in. So the budget, we've already transferred 12.098 million into reserves courtesy of the 2024 budget. And now we're asking to transfer another 11 million. That 11 million will be $1 million to the Waste Management Reserve Fund. This is in anticipation of any expenditures or requirements in future years with respect to waste management. $7 million to the Water and Sewer Reserve Fund. We have significant expenditures coming up with regards to water and sewer. 4.8 million in 2026, and in addition, 2027 is another roughly 2 million, 3 million, and in 2028 is another 2.5. So there's far more project dollars than we have grants coming in. And so it's probably best for us to actually set aside these dollars. One of the biggest things that is not recognized in the plan that could potentially come come up is the Suffield water line from the river to the actual Suffield water treatment plant. That's been around for a while. When that moves forward, if and when it moves forward, we need to have at least 25% of those dollars in reserves for that particular thing. At this point in time, we don't know when it's going forward, but we should have that money set aside. The estimated is somewhere between 15 and 20 million. And a quarter of it would be it would be 4 million, but that estimate is old and we don't know exactly what it will be. So that's just setting that aside. And the last.
One sec, Shane.
I got a question on that water line, and maybe Ken. Is that a complete new water line, or is it repairing the existing? And would it be going beside the existing? Because there is one there now.
Yeah, there is.
Through the chair, as far as I understand from DCC, there is obviously the existing line there, and it's broken out into 3 phases, and some of it's been done already from the river, and so it will be replacing it all the way for the entire length. There should be more information to come in the next coming months as we've started to have conversations again about timing.
Okay.
Okay. And then $3 million being set aside in the building replacement fund. Yeah, this is a situation where we as administration have we see the ongoing need to ensure that we have dollars set aside for building repairs, replacement, that kind of thing. With our building assessments, we anticipate that we'll identify some significant projects, things like roofs, anything that relates to building envelope. And as long as we maintain the functionality of that building, whether it's a hockey rink or whether it's a community building, community center, it's important that we have money set aside for those capital replacements. So, and with that,
I have a question here.
oh, sorry.
Could you end on some good news? Please?
We're,
Okay. I just had to throw that in there.
yeah, through the chair, I wish I could present better news, but I'm an accountant, and accountants have no personality. So anyway, I'm reminded of that every day by certain individuals in the organization that I have no personality. So, and I always deliver bad news.
Through the chair, some of the good news story here is that the Cypress County Council has the ability to assign those funds towards the projects they see as priority, and I think that's a huge win. Despite it being challenges coming forward, I think this is a great opportunity that not everybody has.
And I want to just interrupt. We really appreciate knowing what is coming up, right? I like this idea of how far you're planning ahead and you're being cautious on what we're doing. We couldn't operate properly without it, but we don't get to work you over very often, so.
And through the chair, I appreciate that a great deal.
Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Reed, members of the council. It was touched on briefly, but the good news story here is that there is an $11 million surplus, and that's going directly to asset management. There are many municipalities in the province right now that are attempting to fund their asset management through tax dollars, which means tax rates 6, 7, 8, 9% to be able to cover the $2, $3, $5, $10 million they're putting in asset management. We're able to look after our asset management obligations without touching tax rates that's coming out of the surpluses, and trying to manage those surpluses towards future years. Our tax rate covers our operating dollars that we need for next year, but I think that's the really good news story is you don't have to go too far from where we're sitting to find municipalities that are trying to do asset management through taxation. They have to. It's difficult. This is the good news story. Our tax rate's not it's not impacted, and our future's not impacted by putting surpluses into asset management.
Dustin?
I think we should be really cautious calling them surpluses. I think we should call them unallocated funds, because they're not surpluses. We have way too many liabilities to be calling it a surplus.
Robin?
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Vossler just said too. I believe we've had a lot of conversations about where we want to go, what our conversations with regards to service delivery and models look like. I think we're getting there. Once we have that, my hope would be that we kind of take some of those where we want to go and kind of put some numbers assigned to them as where we'd like to get those reserves up to. And then, like you said, it already has a home. It's not like we're just finding money out there and, you know, wondering what to do with it. There's a reason why it is there and where we're putting it.
All right.
All right. So through the chair to council, administration, that council is a recommendation that council direct administration to allocate the additional 11 million from the 2024 unrestricted surplus account. Thank you.
Dustin's moving that. Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. All right, we'll let you off the hook again, I guess.
Great job, guys. You're bad.
10.1.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. This particular request for decision is regarding the support request for Prairie Rose Public Schools South Alberta School of Agricultural project. The proposal of Prairie Rose Public Schools is proposing the development of the South Alberta School of Ag, a project aimed at enhancing agricultural education and opportunities within the Cypress County region. Prairie Rose Public School System is seeking Cypress County support for two main components: primary infrastructure funding repayable through a long-term lease arrangement, and site services and utilities contribution, a direct contribution from Cypress County. This report outlines the pros and cons of supporting this project to assist council in making an informed decision. Part one is the primary infrastructure funding, $500,000 estimated, which is repayable. The pro is full repayment. Prairie Rose will reimburse the county through a lease over 25 years, minimizing long-term financial risk. It's a long-term asset, and Cypress County would retain ownership of both the land and buildings, providing future flexibility if the project evolves or concludes. Support for local education demonstrates Cypress County's commitment to supporting innovative educational initiatives, particularly in agriculture, a key industry for the region. Attraction of investment, a fully functioning agricultural education hub could attract additional grants, investments, and partnerships. Cons, its initial capital outlay. Cypress County must allocate $500,000 upfront, potentially impacting other budget priorities until repayments accumulate. Repayment risk, while Prairie Rose is committed to repayment, unforeseen challenges in enrollment, leadership, or funding could impact their ability to meet lease obligations. Administrative oversight, ongoing lease management, and building oversight will add to the county's administrative responsibilities. Part 2 is site services and utilities contribution estimated at $300,000 to $350,000 for the road building and site work. The pros are it's a community benefit. Direct contribution enhances public infrastructure that will serve local students, families, and the broader agricultural community. Economic development, establishing the school could stimulate economic activity by supporting ag, trades, and technical skills development in the region. Strategic investment, it would align with Cypress County goals of strengthening rural education and workforce capacity, and it will enhance the county profile. Being home to a unique agriculture education center could enhance Cypress County's regional and provincial reputation. The con is it's a non-recoverable cost. Unlike Part 1, these funds are a direct contribution with no repayment mechanism, representing a permanent county expense. Potential cost overruns, although estimates have been provided, final costs could exceed the projections, particularly for road work and site development. Precedent setting, approving a direct contribution could set expectations for similar financial support for future projects or initiatives. Be an ongoing maintenance responsibility while Prairie Rose Public School operate the facility. The county may be expected to assist with future infrastructure upgrades or maintenance. Land use and long-term commitment, a formalized enforceable lease agreement must be in place to protect the county investment. And alignment with the strategic plan, council should consider how this investment aligns with Cypress County's broader strategic goals around education, economic development, and rural sustainability. Risk mitigation, and risk must be mitigated through a strong partnership agreement, financial reporting requirements from PRPS, and staged disbursement of funds tied to project milestones. Part 3 is the land donation. Although the proposal indicates that Cypress County would retain ownership of the lands and the facility, there's a long-term negative financial issue in that the lands would be sterilized from a tax revenue perspective for many years, if not in perpetuity. As well as titled owner, the county would be named as a co-defendant in any lawsuit or liability matter triggered by the proposed use of the land. Should county retain title and the facilities thereupon would add to Cypress County's asset base, adding value to our financial standing, this increased value, however, has limited practical advantage. The reference to the strategic plan, it should be noted that any discussion regarding the efficacy of this proposed project must be made in conjunction with some reference to Cypress County's strategic plan. Also, consideration regarding the service level the county council desires is paramount. There has been little, if any, discussion regarding desired service levels around education, and if council determines that this is a service level necessity, then when other educational institutions would come forward with similar requests. The council must consider whether education and educational enhancements are a function of the province and whether Cypress County should be moving residents' tax dollars into the educational lane. The current Cypress County strategic plan has defined council's vision as Cypress County offers a highly desirable rural experience with diverse industrial and agricultural industries. Cypress County is fiscally strong and growing with supportive communities and families. It could be easily argued that this proposal is aligned with council's strategic vision. Rural experiences in agricultural industries typically would start with an educational component. Education is also a key component in supporting families. The question then becomes one of affordability and maintaining the county's fiscal strength. The current Cypress County strategic plans define council's mission as providing regional leadership, responsible governance, and innovative services. It is difficult to align this project with council's mission statement, as this project is not a county municipal service. Municipalities typically define services as those things which directly impact all residents, such as roads, water, sewer, and recreational type activities. Education has been historically the mandate of the province and of the school boards. There is no mention of educational enhancements in council's strategic priorities other than Medicine Hat College as a focus area. I would add that the strategic priorities with regional leadership, balanced financial strategy, growth and development have zero indication and give zero direction in terms of education, with the sole exception of under regional leadership, Medicine Hat College. As no service level has been determined for the county's role in formal education, and as there is minimal connection to council's strategic plan with no link to council's strategic priorities, and as the long-term development of the Dunmore lands has been a priority for this council, administration recommends the following. The council does not financially support the Prairie Rose Public Schools South Alberta School of Ag project and directs administration to send a letter to Prairie Rose School Division informing them of council's decision. I have outlined for you 4 options. Option 1 being recommended action. Option 2 is that council support in principle the Prairie Rose Public Schools South Alberta Ag project and direct administration to, and you can read the bullet points. Option 3 is essentially option 2, removing the site servicing, and then option 4 would be as determined by council.
Thank you. Anybody? Dustin?
Do I have to make a motion?
You,
I guess I do, don't I?
yeah.
Okay, I'll move option 3. I really enjoyed the presentation that Prairie Rose brought forward. I do think that agriculture needs to be a sustainable part of our school curriculum. I sat on the Ag Service Board for 11 years, I believe it was, and the one thing that continually came up time and time again at any conference we went to and any conversations we had internally was trying to keep agriculture in the classrooms. And this is one heck of a way to achieve that goal that we had preached and put motions forward to the province for to change the curriculum and everything for years. I'm okay with the idea of the land and helping them with the building to, as a payback schedule. But as for the servicing, you know, I think we can work with them on it, but there has to be some skin in the game from Prairie Rose as well. So that's where I think this might be the best option, maybe with some little tweaking, and I think I'll let some other people talk before I talk anymore.
Shane?
Well, I agree with Dustin. I sit on that Ag Service Board, and we have made numerous resolutions at the provincial level to the provincial government about education in the classroom about agriculture. We have, I know it's not in our missions, and I feel if working with schools, education, showing the province that we are open and we are willing to work with them. We did it with transportation when we co-funded a set of lights for safety here in Dunmore. I really feel by doing that played a part in us getting a lot of funding for the 120 for all our intersection treatments and improvements there. They looked that we are willing to collaborate with them and co-fund projects with them. This education one, I think that piece of land up in that corner, I don't think, if it wasn't for the school, I don't know who would be looking at it for, as Al brought up about tax revenue, and that is not a big deal to me. That's not much tax there. With road and infrastructure, we've done a road and brought water across the highway over to, I mean, it was across the road, but over to towards the Dunmore Equestrian Center. We spent a bunch of money doing that. That was for recreation. To me, recreation and education are the same. It all goes hand in hand. It's part of our youth. And I really am for this project. Funding, well, we got a reserve fund, and we're only talking, $1 million. We have a reserve fund, and what is a reserve fund for? What do we keep it there for? Well, for when something comes up. To me, this is something that come up. It is a project I feel worthwhile supporting.
Lane?
Yeah, I agree with both Dustin and Shane. And as far as the mission statement, I don't know, I think we're missing the point there a little bit too, where this is going. I mean, this is to enhance not only our agriculture community, but our industrial community as well. As their presentation showed, that they're also want to do a heavy duty component to it, So that also will help the industrial side of it. And I agree with Shane, as far as that piece of land up there, I mean, I don't really see anybody jumping up and down in the next 20 to 30 years to buy that piece of land, and I think it would enhance, you know, our commitment to our ratepayers, so I fully support it as well.
Keith?
I'm not opposed to the project. I do have some questions, though. Drawing from the information, if we approve this, how do you say no to the next person? And I'm looking at the precedent setting of this, and I'm questioning how we say yes to this but no to the next person who may be equally as valid. My second question is, we're putting up a substantial amount of money up front, both in direct contribution with no payback and some with payback. And I don't recall what their contribution will be to get this project up and running. It seems like we're funding the whole thing up front. What is the Alberta government's, I mean, we see their commitment to building a number of schools in the province. The portion of our taxes that are allocated to the schools, to education is rising. What's the province going to put into this to get this project up and running, as opposed to just another school in Calgary, Edmonton, Fort McMurray? So those are my two questions up front.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. To Councillor Ritz's comments, I believe that the superintendent mentioned it was going to be north of $2 million was what the school division's contribution on, you know, the input on this was going to be. I agree with Councillor Vossler's comment with regards to going with option 3 in funding the building, and especially on from the repayment side of things. I do struggle with the contribution component that's not coming back, because to me it's almost like a grant. We already receive dollars towards school that gets, you know, requisitioned to the province, and this would almost be like us, you know, boosting that. But I have no problem with doing it where it would be paid back.
Michelle?
I agree with Keith. I am not really in favor. It's not that I'm in favor of it, because what it is, the idea of it is great. I think it's absolutely wonderful for the community and for the school. I don't like the precedent setting of the county, like he said. If we say yes to this, who's next? And then what do you say to them? Like, you can't just say yes to one and not yes to somebody else. So I'm not particularly in favor of this.
Lloyd?
I'm in favor for this, and I agree with Dustin and Lane and whoever else, Shane, with it all. I believe that other people and other organizations that come forward, you treat them on a one-to-one basis and treat it as what the fun is and what the circumstances are. I think this is educational. I think it's good.
Well, there's a lot of comments there. I agree with some and I disagree with others. I mean, yeah, it's a good idea, but it's not our lane to do this. This is the education side is the government. They take the tax. They've already upped the tax. We're going to look bad this year because the school tax is going up, and everybody's going to think it's us that did the big increase when it's not us. It's the government that's taking it. The government is supposed to be taking care of the education. You guys that were on the ASB and have put all these motions in all the time to the government, that's where you got to keep hammering it, is those guys. It's their lane. They don't come here and build our roads for us or help us with our roads. We take care of that stuff. They need to, the education side needs to be done by the government. And us rolling over and saying that, well, that land isn't worth anything right now. And yes, it will be worth something. When we get the bottom end of that stuff developed, that's where everything else goes up in value. You need to look into the future for that. It's not something that you just give away. They're not making any more land. We bought that land to put that road in and try and get our money back, not to give away to school. It's ratepayers' money that we're giving away and ratepayers' land that we're giving away. We need to do it appropriately with reselling it and making it so that it gives us our taxpayers' dollars back, because that sterilizes that chunk of land for 25 years minimum. You're not going to get any tax off it. And if it stays for school longer than that, there's not going to be any tax off of it. So it's the education side, guys, is the Alberta government's, not ours. Robin?
I hear what you're saying, but I think about, Shane talked about the 120, he talked about some of the things that we partnered with when we met with transportation with regards to the lights. It was, if you come to the table, we'll meet you there. They did. Halo, air ambulance should not be a municipal, it's under health, yet municipal, priorities help to encourage, and they show that we are putting it in there. I look at this more as are we losing opportunity on putting 500,000 in over 25 years? We're doing good things. We don't see a lot of these asks, so I'm not too concerned about precedent. And if our biggest concern is that people becoming creative and innovative is going to become a problem because it's going to become pandemic, that's a good problem to have. If we have so many people coming with good ideas to our region, let's deal with that on the one-on-one, but let's hope for that kind of inspiration. So I don't see this as the big negative. I really don't.
Well, the good ideas on the 101 is if they pay for it themselves, not us paying for it. That's the big problem. If they were putting this in themselves, it was just an ask for the land and we weren't doing the building and the other stuff, well, maybe I'd look at it that way and say, yeah.
That's not my motion. The motion's just, so what my motion that I moved is, and I have a little bit of tweaking to do to it, my motion is that the land and the building on a payback schedule and not the service.
Still land and building.
But we're not donating it. We retain ownership when we're financing it.
We're financing it, but we're not making any money off of it. We're just going to get our money back over a period of time.
That's kind of the idea behind it. I don't want to make money off of it. I don't want to lose money, but I don't want to make anything either.
But you're supposed to make money back off your taxes and that to keep everything rolling. This is going to be an investment that is out of the ratepayer's pocket that doesn't give us a return for anything.
Yeah, but it's not losing money either. We look at the general tax rate. If that piece of property probably has made this municipality, $5,000 since the municipality was formed at the most?
Yeah, but you got to look at the future on that. It's the area that's going to be growing. It's going to change.
So here's the way I look at it. Olds College would have never been founded if the MD of Foothills wouldn't have donated that land. And look at the investment opportunity that something like that brought to that region. That's the only reason there's a town of Olds. You bring some sort of ag school into Dunmore, and we're talking about the preliminary stages of an ag school right now. Preliminary. We don't know what this could turn into in 30 years. And the opportunities for advancing agriculture, because agriculture is the only sustainable thing that we're going to need for the rest of our lives, whether that's the way we do it now or if it becomes a vertical horticultural way that we do it later. It's going to be the most sustainable thing that our species needs to survive. And in supporting that, we're supporting future growth of that industry in this area, and I think that is a very valuable thing to have.
Shane?
One thing we're also missing is we're creating jobs at the school. You were talking about, talked intensely about mechanics. Well, all of a sudden now we got mechanics coming out of there. Maybe somebody in our gasoline alley here wants to build a shop, repair shop. So, I mean, we got to look at that too, that we are creating jobs, teaching jobs. There are people coming in. Maybe they're going to buy houses in Cypress County, live here. You know, it's we're creating economic growth, I feel.
Michelle?
I agree that you're going to be creating jobs for everybody, but the heavy-duty mechanics, are they, when they decide they want to do that, put that program in, are they going to come back to the county and say, okay, we want to train people to be heavy-duty mechanics? Well, I know the college has, but what I'm saying is that if we give them this money, then they, 2 years or 4 years, 5 years from now, they come back with this other big program that's going to be very beneficial, because I'm not arguing that. I do agree that it's a beneficial thing to be happening to the school, but how, I don't understand how it's council's responsibility to pay for that when we already collect the school requisitions and it keeps going up for these types of things. So why are we, as using our taxpayer dollars, to pay more for this, is what I don't get.
Richard?
I hate to phrase it this way, but I'm a confused little boy right now. I had my thoughts in place when I first read it, and now there's a whole bunch of variables, which is our job, right? And I would be remiss not to comment. I like the simple idea of, I have been in favor of allowing them to use that parcel. They don't have the money to buy it unless it was a long-term thing. I felt that if they had or would buy it, they could use that as what's collateral for get some matching grants and stuff. But I think we have to be very clear with them. If this goes this direction, where does the funding stop? And if you're going to get a parcel of land donated and you want to put up a shell of a building, it would have to end there for me if I was going to vote on this to go with it. And anything else after that is, no, you have to find some other source of funding. I think that would be just those two pieces would be a huge contribution by the county. It would be very huge to me, but it has to end. And based on past stuff that we have done, we need to let people know when we approve a project that the checkbook gets closed. Like, you can't just keep coming back every year for stuff. You have to draw that line and say, enough's enough. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and members of council. As Councillor Vosser has indicated a preference for option 3, I would point out that the final bullet point in all of the options is that to bring the draft agreements and full cost estimate back to council for review and final funding decision. So we would certainly work with Prairie Rose to put some costs in to develop the cost of the land. We have a number that we believe that the land is worth. I'm getting a sense, and Councillor Vosser could certainly clarify for me that in that lease agreement over 25 years would be the cost of the land, as well as the not to exceed 500,000. We indicated in the option 3 and in option 2 that we wouldn't exceed the 500,000. We do have some concerns that what is $500,000 actually build for a shell these days. So we'd have to see exactly what type of building, and we'd have to put some some manpower behind actually creating the cost and bring those back to council, because it could essentially, and I think quite easily, exceed the $500,000 for the building. We could certainly develop a draft partnership and agreement with the Prairie Rose, no issue there, but we would certainly bring all of the agreement and the cost estimate back to council for final review.
Dustin?
So here was the little bit of change I was going to make to my motion. So I'll just read it all out in form. So the council support in principle the Prairie Rose School Division's agricultural project and direct administration to draft negotiate a draft lease agreement with Prairie Rose Schools for the use of county land and repayment of and not to exceed $500,000 for primary infrastructure over a minimum 25 years. To obtain detailed cost estimates for all site servicing utilities, buildings, site work, road work, and related to the project. To negotiate a repayable cost sharing agreement, share agreement and payment schedule on site servicing utilities, buildings, site work, and road work related to the project. Develop a draft partnership agreement with Prairie Rose outlining the responsibilities, risk managements, provisions, and reporting requirements, and then bring it back to a future council meeting for funding and decision. What's that? I have it doodled, I'll write it better for you.
Okay, that's the motion. Any more discussion?
Mr. Reeve, just for clarity for administration, so we're not attempting for repayment of the land itself?
The land itself, no, but the servicing agreements, yes. So what I've kind of did there is we negotiate a repayable cost share agreement. So whether how that works out is if we chip in some of it or they pay all of it, let's see what the costs are and make the decision at that time.
So, Mr. Members of Council, having met with the superintendent several times on this project, one of the issues that the school board faces, and I hesitate to actually speak on their behalf, they can't fund capital. That's the issue with this, is they can fund the finishing of a building, but they can't fund the capital. And I'm not sure the site servicing, which is why I believe they asked us to look after the site servicing, I'm not sure that that's fundable by the school board, even through a cost share. The building itself, where they left us title, I believe they could. I would certainly have to check with the school board and with Ms. Weeks to confirm that, but I understand that that would be a capital purchase that they are not technically allowed to do. So I would certainly have to confirm that, but that was my understanding from both their presentation and from conversations we've had with them. I'd let any one of the directors chime in if I'm misunderstanding that.
I think you're correct with that, Al, and I think I'm talking more negotiated into a lease, the cost of a lease. You know, that whatever it is, they have the ability to lease property at an assessed value, so that you can assess that into a lease agreement, and they can pay money on a lease agreement under their principles. I know that.
No, I understand that. Thank you very much. The other thing, so all of council is clear, this would not be county staff that would be doing the site work. We simply have too many other things on our plate, so this would be going out to outside contractors to do that work.
Any questions on it? Keith?
So when the province looks at building a new school on a new site,
it's non-legible.
They're not going to a county for that land for that school, are they? Are they buying that site from the municipality?
Through the chair to Councilor Ritz, actual schools is a completely different program and is done through the school reserve program, and many municipalities are required to provide land through the municipal reserve, through the school reserve, and required to have the site serviced prior to the building of the school. This is a bit different because this is not a school by the formal definition that the province uses for schools. This is a for lack of a better word, and again I don't want to use the wrong words, but this is more extracurricular. This is more. This is an alternative. This is not a pure school. If they were building a school, whether it's K to 8, K through 12, we probably would have some involvement, particularly if we had been lobbying for a school. One of the issues that's popped up in many urban municipalities is how the urbans are going to fund the site prep and the land, which is why we take reserve. But in this case, this is not. So although it's a school board project, I don't think we should confuse it with a school. Those are two different, a school has much different requirements, and had it been built, the school, and I'm not sure what the county did when Eagle Butte School was actually built, but I'm sure we had significant involvement when Eagle Butte was built, because that is a requirement of most of the provinces, that the municipality provide site service ready land for the school to be built on. Usually that's done through municipal reserves, not funding, but the land reserves that you have set land aside for school reserves through the development process and the development practices. So this is not school, but it's being done through the school board. Nuanced, but they are different.
Any other questions on it? Everybody knows what the motion is?
We're working on it, so it can be on the board in just 1 second.
I would also, through the Reeve, I'd also like to remind council, we make recommendations as administration based on business cases. And council operates on a different paradigm than we do. And although I have recommended against this, I want council to understand that we will, if once council votes in this, it's shoulder to the wheel. We absolutely, my motto is that my job as a CEO is to provide fearless advice and loyal implementation. So although I have offered a different recommendation than what appears council would like to do, I want council to know that we are absolutely 100% behind council's decision when council makes that decision.
It's supposed to be a few words. I think you better bring all back in and go with 5% increase. An English major may need to refine that, but.
Okay, everybody's seen the motion?
Mr. Reeve, just for clarification, the first point is to negotiate a draft lease agreement with Prairie Rose Public Schools for use of the county land. That still indicates that we'd be building a lease based on the land, and we've talked about that a couple times. So potentially, I would suggest, if that's not the intent, is to remove that piece and just talk about the exceeding 500,000 primary infrastructure, site servicing, et cetera, et cetera. Listen, I wouldn't take the whole thing out. I'd say negotiate a draft lease agreement for repayment not to exceed 500 for primary infrastructure over a minimum of 25 years. I would just get rid of the use of the county land portion, and probably have to add an and or an it or an of or something. And yes.
So I'm going to bring up something that was said earlier about liability. What are the concerns around liability here? Somebody getting killed or injured, or like what does that involve?
Through the Reeve to council and specifically to Councillor Ritz, the liability concerns would be, let's say a student working with cattle gets hurt seriously or injured. As the titled owner of the land, and this is where they've left the land as us as the titled owner, we're typically the titled owner on any piece of property is usually front and center in any lawsuit. Now, the school board did reference that they would be providing liability insurance in the event that those things happen, but we would certainly be a party to any suit that took place because we would be the titled landowner. One of the concerns that we would have as administration is in our liability here, whether it's roads or on one of our facilities, is we have the ability to determine what our facilities look like, what the procedures and policies would be on our facilities. So if there is an injury, it's usually a failure of our policy or it's a failure of the individual. We will have no such say on this school project as to what the policies and procedures would be, because that would be through the school board. Now, I would suggest the school board is pretty risk adverse. That's what schools are. They're relatively risk adverse. But it is a concern that because we have no say over the policies and procedures of what would take place on the land, but yet we would still be a co-defendant likely in the event that there was any kind of lawsuit. Whether that went anywhere or not is would yet to be seen.
So, out of curiosity, and I don't know how these different academies work, but do not students sign some kind of a waiver assuming risk in the activity that they're enrolling in?
My guess, through the chair to Councillor Ritz, my guess is yes, there would probably be a waiver of liability. Waivers of liability are yes, they are usually to bring awareness to the fact that something you were doing may be hazardous, could be hazardous to your health, but waivers typically are not good protection from a liability suit.
They aren't anything. I have been sued on waiver isn't worth the paper it's written on. Steve, you had something?
So what would be the difference with hockey academy using our rink in Irvine?
A very good question. I am not an insurance expert, although I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. The normal uses, for example, we rent the arena, and we really don't have much to do to get hurt playing hockey. That's a separate function, and usually it's a lot of times it's people over the age of 18 years of age, because this will be dealing with minor children. There will be a lot of 15, 16, 14-year-olds here. The risk is significantly increased because they don't always abide by the rules, regulations, policies, procedures that are set out. We do have very specific insurance on our properties, particularly the arenas and those things, our parks, et cetera, and we pay a premium for those. But we're not party to the insurance and to the liability that would be on this piece of property, although we will have to add something to this piece of property for liability, so that'll be an annual cost. So we certainly will have to talk to Jubilee, and I would leave that to Mr. Taves and Corporate Services, but there will be some additional cost to us to have our coverage, and we'll also have to probably have the school board sign us off as a named beneficiary or a named insured in their insurance policy as well. It's a great question, is how does this differ from our facilities? The big difference is, at least in our facilities, we've created the policies and procedures. If they're incorrect, we wear it. This one, we won't have any say as to how that facility is managed.
Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. All right, we'll take a half an hour break for lunch. We'll call the meeting back to order.
It's not that bad, we'll finish it.
Okay, 11. It's just accepting the minutes for those three. Everybody read them? Who wants to move for information? Richard?
Mr. Reeve, maybe we ought to have a quick report, and I'm happy to do it myself regarding our breakfast with the MLA and with Mr. Newdorf.
Okay, I was going to do that in the
Okay, okay,
mayor's meetings, but you can.
No, I defer to your wisdom.
Oh, shit.
That's recorded.
No, I pushed the button to make sure that wasn't. Okay, everybody read the reports? Everybody's good with them? Any questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay, Reeve and Council reports. So I'll start off with, I think it was last Friday before. Mr. Hogan and I had a chance to meet with MLA Justin Wright, and then we ended up with, Minister Newdorf. Jeez, forgot his name for a sec. He joined us for breakfast too. It was a very good meeting. It was just a quick discussion, a little bit over what we've heard for some of the stuff that's been going around for the Emergent Care Center. Still nothing really in the paperwork, nothing's come forward on it, so it's up in the air. We didn't get a lot of detail on that. We did give him a bit of a briefing on what we thought of Bill 50, and we got some feedback on. It was actually pretty good because even Minister Newdorf didn't even realize some of the stuff that's in that Bill 50, and when Mr. Hogan brought it up to him, he was very intent and very listening on what's going on there. So it was a very good meeting. Lasted an hour and a half about that. So it was, don't know, do you want to elaborate on anything else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So we did talk about the emergent care. As the Reeve indicated, the province is not quite sure what's going on there yet. We will be, through the MLA, organizing a meeting with infrastructure, with the Minister of Infrastructure to figure out exactly what the plan is for the emergent care. We did talk at length about Bill 50. Mr. Newdorf was a bit surprised, didn't quite understand, I don't think, the implications. And I have heard since from contacts that I have, is that the Councillor Code of Conduct cancellation is not going to change. However, there will be amendments either to the bill or amendments through the regulations as to the natural persons powers and the CAO requirements. I think the province has realized that me and my peers sending Councillor Hawk an email 17, 18, 19, 20 times a day was probably an overreach by the province. So I think that is, I think we're going to see some amendments to the regulations, and we may see some amendment to the actual legislation. But I think at this point, to save face, they'll probably leave the legislation in place and probably put restrictions in the regulations as to what we have to do or don't have to do.
Yeah, it was, and I did look at both MLAs and said, I don't want those emails. Like, imagine having all those coming to you every day on just what's going on in there, and they agreed. They said, whoa, this is an oversight. So, I did that. I did the Mayors and Reeves last Friday. It was a pretty good meeting. Again, it was more talking of Bill 50. Everybody's concerned about it, so it was just more discussion going on, bringing everything up on what can go forward. Other than that, there wasn't too much else at that meeting. It was just good to get everybody else's perspective on what's going on there for Bill 50. I had one more thing I was going to add to that, and it slipped my mind, but I'll come up with it before we're done here, hopefully. Robin, do you want to start?
Yeah, no, mine, it's been busy with family and with work in the spring here, so nothing to report right now.
Keith?
Yeah, nothing to really report, just a few phone calls here and there, but other than that, pretty quiet.
Michelle?
Our last council meeting was on April 15th, right? Okay. In that case, then I had a short grass meeting on the 16th. And not much is happening there. Cypress View meeting on the 17th. Then it was, let's see. Well, then basically FCSS. I had a policy meeting with the FCSSAA. We had our very first in-person board meeting for the year, which everybody was very excited for. We normally try and do, because we have a whole new board on that this year. So normally we have our first meeting in January is a in-person meeting, then they're virtual. And that didn't happen this year. Our first virtual meeting was that Friday, and we got a lot accomplished in there. It was actually a really, really good meeting. And then I had a finance committee meeting for there, and several calls from ratepayers, mostly to do with the skating rink in Schuler and the insurance thing for the snow load that was on there. And I think, well, I got a question for you, but we can wait for later. Other than that, I'm good. That was it.
Thank you. Michelle? Shane?
Yeah, actually been a little busy. Dealt with a few phone calls. Had the Red Cliff Rec Board meeting. There's a lady up there, I forget her name now, but she has really got quite a few programs going for Red Cliff. They're going to have more, even the Santa Claus Parade will be back, and a lot of activities going on in the town of Red Cliff, even volunteer day, and so they're trying a lot of things. Me and Lloyd attended our famous regional landfill meeting, where the auditor was there, did the audit of the books, and nothing really new there. It seems to be going all right. Still haven't got our finalization or any price on our building, and they've been doing a bunch of cleanup, and I noticed it too along the highway in the yard where the wind is blowing. They started putting some material into the new cell, doing the first lift there. Our compost area got a little hot one day and had a little flame going there for a bit. And I got a hold of Al. Al sent Jason out. It was a really windy day, just to make sure that it was out, because of the concerns if, an amber or whatever with the wind and the dry grass, that we didn't want to start a fire. And other than that, that's about it.
Richard?
I attended the Eastern Alberta Trade Corridor Conference that was here in Medicine Hat. It was started off as on an evening presentation or registration. I gave a speech welcoming them, the about 75 people that were there to Cypress County, and then the next morning I also did another speech welcoming some more people. My thank you to Beth for the great speeches that she provided for me. So the title of the conference was Local to Global. One thing about what I should have mentioned was Eastern Alberta Trade Corridor involves about 82 communities. So not just municipalities, but there's some towns in there too. So we had a lot of interesting speakers. We had, I'll just highlight a few of these. We had Honorable Shane Getson, Parliamentary Secretary, Transportation, Economic Corridors. We had Eastern Alberta Trade Corridor, Past, Present, Future, Bob Bizalbo, Executive Director. Of course, we had Justin Wright there for those all three events, I guess. We had the we had a fireside chat, which worked out quite well. Chair was Gerald Elbers, and then we had Justin Wright and ML Shane Getson, and they really brought us up to date on a few things. Our CAO, Al, was there for a while. He joined us and did some networking. I think that's the right word. We also had for Minister R.J. Sigerson from Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation gave us a presentation. Alberta's senior representative for the U.S., James Rochelle, gave us a presentation. Then we had a deputy, Rob Roach was the deputy chief economist for Alberta Treasury Branch. We had a presentation on Battle River Rail, a few other things in there. And then Minister Nathan Neudorf, after talking to you guys, Dan and Al, he gave us a presentation, and it was on affordability, and he's the Minister of Affordability and Utilities, so quite an interesting speech. Then we had a person gave us a presentation on small modular reactors, lots of questions, and actually Minister Neudorf talked about nuclear power and what the possibilities are, and it might be coming down the road someday, but anything that somebody would propose would be take a minimum of 8 to 10 years, and a nuclear project is in about that $8 to $10 billion price tag. So they just feel that they should be looking at it to see what the possibilities are. And then we had a presentation by Fortis. He talked about the fact that how the solar panels that people are putting on their houses are driving them crazy, as far as there's so much power going back into some of those transformers, it's burning them out. So yeah, it was great that people are using solar panels, but most of those residential areas are designed for a certain amount of power going in, and when it overloads coming out, it burns out the transformers, so they're definitely faced with some challenges. And then the fellow from AltaLink talked about how they are trying to look ahead to get enough of power lines, transmission lines going to handle all this extra power, renewable energy that's coming on board. So it was very good. PEP was one of the sponsors, and like I said, we had a good turnout. It was good for Cypress County, Medicine Hat, that we could do some showcasing, so very good there. And just for heads up on this weekend, Friday, May the 9th to May the 11th, there is going to be a student competition on flying drones. And normally this is held in Quebec. And due to some very hard work by Community Futures and there's always so many acronyms. Anyway, by a large group of people, we're very lucky to have them come down here, and we do call this Medicine Hat the capital drone city of Canada, I guess. And so it's going to be interesting. It's not open to the public. They just don't have the facilities in place. But because I sit on that board, I will be trying to attend some of it, and then I'll bring back a report. But it's a huge win to help promote the drone business, the unmanned, unpersoned, flying vehicles, yeah. So huge win for Medicine Hat. And that's it.
Blaine?
Yeah, no, not too many concerns out in the countryside, but I did attend ASB meeting, reviewed and adopted some policies, picked a representative to attend the farm family presentations in Calgary and Medicine Hat. May 1st, we had a library board meeting where we adopted the budget and continued to work on developing a policy for charitable status, and other than that, that's about it.
Dustin?
Not too much out my way. Still dealing with some phone calls from things from flooding, if you can believe that, even though we're now on the complete opposite end of flooding. But Ken's been helpful dealing with those concerns still again. And yeah, plain dirt farmer, that's been about it.
Lloyd?
It, excuse me, attended the library meeting and the landfill meeting. And it's been relatively quiet for phone calls, some strange ones that Elle looked after there for me. But I went to the Fire Smart program there on, it was really good. I talked, a lot of people came up and talked to me. And at that time, two of them asked if we would help the community association get a siren installed for emergency fire alert at late at night. So I said I would bring it up and talk to the CAO about it. So I'm telling you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I went on Sunday, I went to the community association meeting, and they were expecting Peter Swain, and he didn't show up. Dylan farmed most of the questions about the trees again. And so now it's the stumps, but they're grinding them off, I guess, starting next week or something like that. And then they actually commented on the communications that the county has given them and what the park has given them, Dylan. They're very pleased about that. And pleased that the county puts things on your website, the website. Really, really appreciative of that. And of course, they hit me up about the grants when they're due, and just talked to Joe, and they're a little behind, so Joe's being nice, and I just sent them a text, so they're getting it in right away. But other than that, it's oh yes, and the Fire Smart program came up, and boy, they just could not. There was, I think, around 17 people there, and almost everyone had a comment about the Fire Smart program. Appreciative of the county for showing up and coming and doing things, and they said they got a lot of information from talking to everybody that was there, so I went over quite well.
Okay, any questions on the reports? Lloyd's moving the reports. Vote. Carried. Okay, move to go in camera. Robin. Vote. Lloyd.
On camera?
I think so. Yep, that's carried. No. Are you gonna show me the next one, or?
Was the last one carried?
Sure. Is this the one we want? Yeah.
Yep, that's the one we want. Let's van these new mows. I'll move the first one down.
The council direct administration to waive the conditions of the resolution 2023-085 and proceed with a one-time payment of $888,910 for the first phase of Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Project funded from taxation. Okay, Dustin moved that one?
Yep.
Okay, everybody knows, vote. That's carried. And the second one is council declines entering the Municipal Control Corporation proposed by Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee. Lloyd's moving that one. Vote. That's carried. Smart ass. Okay, Shane's making the last one. Whoever voted no on the last has to make the next one. Which one is it?
The computer's not computering.
Okay, that motion is that,
Can you just read it, Wes? That works too.
The council, oh, no, it's still not here.
You're gonna vote no anyway, why does it matter?
Keith's sitting there going, my God, I gotta go.
You a funny guy.
I just thought I'd, you know.
You a funny guy.
You got that? You got that 5-pound fixed hammer too, eh?
I guess.
It can't be broken if there's nothing left.
You.
That council supports the Seven Persons Community Association's CFIP grant application of $300,000 to upgrade the furnaces, with the county contributing $150,000.
Mr. Hawk made that one.
Funded from the building reserve.
Vote. Okay, that's carried. Due to a counselor having to run, meeting is adjourned.
I thought you said he had to run.
Sounded like you had to run.